Good morning, everybody. Hold on. Is that not starting? Discord's doing weird shit today. Be warned. Up forever? Well, yeah, sure. But maybe fill this gap first. That'd be cool. Well, we'll see. We have data coming. I doubt we fill all of it. Let's see if that shifted at all. It's a lot of puts at 52.25, which is weird as hell. A little bit of support at 40.45, not a lot. Looks like most of the in the money calls that were one DTE yesterday closed this morning. So there's a big empty hole underneath us. But there's a few calls at 55. After 55, call interest kind of falls off, moving to the upside. On longer dated strikes, we do have a bit of a ramp from 50 to 75, but it's not filled in yet. I said we'd open at 52.50. 5,500 by lunch, that would be perfect. Where's Nvidia going today? That's a good question. Nvidia still does not have a lot of upside support. It's got that massive fucking wall of sold calls at 900 that it's had a really hard time breaking through meaningfully. At least breaking through and holding. We'll see if they get squeezed out here in the morning session or if we just pull right back to them. IWM's going to 400. Interesting. Not yet, maybe? I can't wait for a bunch of terrible small caps to trade at tech multiples. Wait, are you trying to say that we need to go long AMC? You fucking shill. I read on Twitter that puts may not. God damn it, Carl. I was talking to him. I hedged too well. I opened up flat overnight. And now you're not. What's your point? All right. Can't argue that. Yeah. Popcorn Trader has not nice things to say about you. I opened an SPX Strangle at open, and somehow both legs are now up. Yay me. Well done. Live from the new house, it's Dork. Welcome back, Dork. You were missed. It's good to see that you're alive and well. I hope you didn't throw your back out. Nice. I didn't, but I'm so fucking sore. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. Get some glutamine. Who's Dork? I already forgot. This guy now. It's pretty cool. Fuck moving. Take ibuprofen in the morning there, Dirk. Never not pre-funk. Go to Costco and get some joint juice. Ew. That's glucosamine, not glutamine. That doesn't do anything. What are we gonna do here? We got existing home sales and we have PMIs. Curiouser. Despite the insane move to the upside overnight, it doesn't look like a lot of new positioning has come in. So we blew through all of the like open positioning from yesterday, but then nobody bought more calls. Grind to 52.75 and fall back down. I don't know. The data could knock us under 52.50, but we're just a bit above it, so it's kind of supportive, but it's also a big resistance. There's a lot of sold calls up here, right? They might defend them. They're pretty big, right? These are like the big institutional sold call positions, and they have some theta on them, so they're less likely to just sell off. Yeah, waiting on data. Calls in this economy? Did we go faster than the bulls can even handle? Yeah, you're not wrong. It's the bulls are unprepared for the speed at which we go up. I'm looking to start averaging into a few synth long on Fubo. Do you sell the Jan 26 by the 25 for a little more leverage? Or do you generally try to do the same expiry? I usually sell like 1 month. You don't get any fills on the puts unless you're like within the next couple OPEXs, like the next quarter. So I usually sell like the quarterly put by the leap call. And then if the quarterly put expires, I'll sell it again. It's just a ton of risk and a bunch of like insiders with massive bags that they can dump all over you overnight. AVGO is doing well. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it. Anyone else's Vega puts hurting right now? Depends on when you bought them, but yeah, probably. That happens when VIX goes poopy. Hmm. Let's see. We got volume on the out of the money strikes. Are we just above 55? Yeah. Still a decent amount of gamma or delta coming in. Gamma, a little bit. So not a lot of out of the money calls, but a few at the money. Building up a small ramp from here to 5270. Almost all of the calls below 5250 have been closed. Interesting. All right. $60, $70. Yeah, delta neutral is pretty important for Tesla to move higher. Looks like I got rejected on the test of 177. Well, that's also moved, right? Because that was yesterday's Greeks. Ooh, rejected. Interesting. Okay. One second. There you go. A bunch of D-Rack D-Gens just got wrecked. Yep, that's why you don't play it. Happens every fucking time. I'll be right back. So yeah, Tesla's still 177 is what matters. We can pull it up here, I guess. Right now, getting rejected on DN, which is not a good sign. VIX starting to turn up a little bit. I kind of want to try this. SPX is starting to slip 5250. Vol's turning up a bit. Futures. Futures got a little volume on the rejection. Let's see if that keeps up. Is this the most ridiculous bull run you've ever been a part of? I don't know. 2021 was pretty fucking nuts. And despite the S&P's returns so far, it's nowhere near what we experienced back then. I mean, even like once we were out of the COVID crash, the market still went up like what 40% over the next year. It was like almost 4 years of returns in 1 year. Say percentage wise, you made more in this bull market or 2021? I made more in 2021. I was fucking long everything I could get my hands on after the COVID crash. Data. What sort of data? Stepfix is stuck in the YCC laundromat. No, I don't think this is a good place to enter a Tesla long. Tesla's rejecting off of delta neutral, which is not necessarily a good sign. Let's see what happens with momentum here. Because we do have a little tiny bounce. We're getting more puts to the downside at all. Okay, yeah, we're getting some more put volume down there. Still kind of strong. How was the data? 52.2 global composite, 52.5 manufacturing, 51.7 services. Okay, so services contracted a little bit, manufacturing picked up. That's not exactly bullish. Bars speaking at noon. The Fed speeches should be interesting because it seems like the Fed governors are very evenly split on their opinions on what to do with rate cuts. All my Vega plays stopped out this morning. I'm feeling good about some degenerate zero DTE plays tomorrow. What dollar size position do market makers start hunting you? um, I mean, 10, 20 contracts. Are you talking like ES or SPX? Should I quit trading since year to date I'm in the red? You would think that's impossible, yet here I am. That doesn't sound impossible at all. I mean, you can quit if you want to. Nobody likes a quitter. Just get good. Go back to paper trading. What did you mean by yields are mostly flat overnight and do not fall sharply with the dollar? This is very important, but I need to see it persist. I feel like I covered everything in that quote that I needed to say. This is all-time highs after all-time highs every week. It's so easy. Yep. So we're not testing 65 today unless it's end of day pump. Not necessarily. More calls have come in since open, and we're still holding 5250. I think if we lose 5250 or retest 25, that could change. Like that could be a true statement. But right now, until we've lost support at this level, I would say that 65 is still in the picture. You fill out a bracket? No, I don't know what the fuck anyone's talking about. But what bracket? I'm up $6 on my Tesla debit spreads. Am I a stockyard? Sure. So an interesting Wall Street Bets post this morning. No indicator has done a better job of predicting global recessions than the BOJ raising rates. Oh, you mean the study with an N value of 2? Amazing. I'm not at 0 yet. Quit playing March Madness? I don't watch fucking basketball. Lame. Is my March 28th 5100p dead? What do you think? N value was 3. Oh, sorry. awful lot of puts at 25. There's some puts coming in at 35 too. Hmm. Interesting. What does end value mean? Is that a statistics term? Yeah, it's like the sample size or the number of individual observations in a study. So the higher the end value, the more accurate the like estimate or results, assuming the sample is representative of the data you're trying to analyze. New tent sales up, bullish. Is Barr a bull or a bear? He's pretty hawkish. Everybody, all the voting members now, since the new year, are pretty hawkish. 60% of the time, it works every time. Japan, historically, I mean, there's reasons for that, right? Besides just a stupid chart that shows Japanese rate increases. Because the US usually raises rates well in advance of Japan raising rates. And then by the time Japan raises rates, the carry trade is so heavily leveraged that it causes a lot of disruption. Thoughts on SPX WGM today? It was possible. We're close enough to it. Boop. A little bit of a boop there. All right, new data. Existing home sales. Let's see if they suck. All right, 4.38 million sales. Existing home sales 9.5% versus the prior's 3.1%. So home sales up. Hmm. Leading economic index 0.1. Increase over January. CEI rose 1.1% over the 6-month period ending Feb 2024. Payroll employment, personal income, less transfer payments, manufacturing and trade sales, industrial production. Uh, Year-over-year trend on LEI is still super negative, but here. Pop this up for you guys, you can see. Well, that was the wrong. Nope. Still the wrong fucking file. There we go. About Tesla puts when you said it looked like it was getting rejected? Up 60%. Nice. Now to trade spreads in the paper account for the rest of the day. LEI data is not super great, but the home sales probably offset that a bit. Although inflationary, right? Home sales are up, but home prices are up, so that's gonna have a pronounced effect on the CPI. Who buys homes in the current economic climate, barring Dork, of course? Idiots. At least Dork got like an okay rate. I blame Dork for all the home buying. Thanks, Kirk. No problem, Dork. What was his rate? Sub 3? No, but sub 6. Apple's getting fucking hammered back down under 175 again. AMG got hit pretty hard. Not below gamma neutral, but hard. Meta's kind of recovering a bit. Microsoft. Google's flat. Microsoft's pretty flat too. Consolidating a lot. The news on this or something? Short seller Hindenburg is attacking 80 billion Equinix, whose data center investments have been pumped up by artificial intelligence exuberance. US regulators are also starting to get some of the hot air. Even so, the valuation bubble is more likely to deflate slowly than to pop. Huh. Interesting. It's fine. You guys are totally going to be able to refinance when your equity's down 30%, right? Dork, I thought we weren't going to talk about squatting in your yurt. How big of a deal is the Apple antitrust lawsuit? It's kind of it's kind of ironic, right? It's my 2.5% rate, yeah. I'd be curious if there are numbers that show how many liens exist because of HOA fees on current mortgages. Ooh, interesting. Probably. It's kind of granular. That'd be hard to compile. What rights do squatters have in Nevada? Squatters in Nevada can legally claim ownership of property they're squatting on if they live there uninterrupted for 5 years. Oh yeah, Dork, don't move my cardboard cutout in front of the camera in the yurt. I can't believe there's squatters' rights anywhere in the US. It's like a right from the 1800s. It's awesome. If you're super poor and motivated enough, you could steal someone's property. That's dope. I think we should keep them. As a matter of fact, I think we should add two squatters' rights. Like make it even more of a cat and mouse game. Make it a week. That could create a whole industry of like squatter removers. Don't you have an empty house? Yeah, I do. You're only saying this because you have a security guard sitting on your porch? Not yet. He only sits there during lunch and after lunch and into the later part of the afternoon. Maybe he's trying to squat on the property. Oh shit. Rip to the upper middle class at Airbnb once illegal immigrants start squatting en masse. There's already TikTok videos on how to do it. Cool. Good. Fuck them. What if I squat on Trump Tower? I mean, you think it'll fit? Can we stop talking about squatting? I'm finna bust in my pantaloons. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Alright. Pro tip, buy up tax liens and file quick claim the deeds. Okay. Where's the next stop if we break 250? If we break away from 250? 60? Yeah, not a lot of call side support after 55. But so far futures are kind of holding up at the like 53.10 level. We're finding a decent amount of support there. If we lose that, probably back to the like 5300 test, which we found support on twice this morning. Do you want to take a look at NQ? What's NQ doing? Boop. NQ looks a little weaker. Fell off of a higher high. It's got less support too. A little bit at 18.6. It's like a $50 drop though. Russell and Dow are still doing pretty well. So breadth is strong, but dollar's moving up really, really fast. Like the dollar's rocketing today. It fucking bounced so hard. It's up like 40 BPS already. Yields haven't quite caught up, but they didn't drop as much. Did I miss any significant positioning changes? We got some more out of the money calls from this morning. Newer Zillionaires is asking intelligent, thoughtful questions. That doesn't sound right. Chop seems bullish. Yeah, it is, unless it fails a bit. There's definitely some desire to crush realized vol, so there's a very good chance that like we can just get stuck here without very much range. It really depends on where the rest of positioning sets up today. We have an auction also, so I don't think we'll. If we do fall, we'll probably bounce back pretty quickly. Um, there's a tips auction that's kind of important at 1 o'clock. So it looks like someone is dumping the carry trade while someone is full porting the carry trade. When does that break? I don't know. Probably around the time that the BOJ raises rates again and blows up everyone's bonds. Can we call Farmville's house the rot plot? You can call it whatever you want. Ken, not Kenny. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added after the stream if you need help. That's on Switzerland cutting rates. Who gives a shit? Hmm. Going for an intraday scalp on Tesla with the upside be worth it over 73. I don't like that Tesla rejected off of DN. Um, it's a bit risky. The breakdown in momentum's getting kind of like bought up. No, a bit. Out of the money call positioning. Mm, yeah, more out of the money call positioning too. I don't know. We're past most of the data now, and that didn't seem to shock anything too much. I think we got like a 4 and an 8 week auction at 11:30. Those probably aren't going to be very interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't say rug. Although, yeah, I wouldn't say rug. It seems like mostly just calls bought since this morning. Bear flag on VIX. Hmm. So, For 1 month is like crashing back down. Leverage is picking up on the carry trade again. Not a ton of short vol coming in. Some puts at 50. A little put ramp from 40's pretty well defended. No rejection in sight. We could. I'm just not sure if it would fail below 50. They really don't want to lose 50 here, right? It's good for them to defend it. It's supportive, and they don't have much support below it. NQ. A pretty consistent up channel all night. It's been holding up during RTH2, 15-minute chart. I mean, it's like an ascending, right? Broadening wedge. This is not exactly bullish. Shouldn't they be exiting their carry trade leverage, especially with Utah's announcement during FOMC yesterday? They can't. They have to keep the rate at 0. They're trapped. Utah turned around and said, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Which is fucking scary. The guy looks like a crypt keeper. He's DFE. Utah Rorschached them? Yeah. Yeah. Can you explain the Utah move in regards to the carry trade for those of us who are challenged? Yeah, so the fucking Bank of Japan's move, actually genius. The more I think about it, the more I admire it. So by moving to hold on. So by moving to a 0 to 0.1 rate, they give anybody who's leveraging the carry trade the option to continue YCC, right? So if you buy JGBs, you can keep the effective rate at 0 and there's no margin risk, right? So when he announced this, everyone just piled into JGBs as hard as they feasibly could, right? They're like, all right, we're gonna drive the effective rate down to 0. We're not gonna take any risk on our leverage, right? And you lose a little bit of total leverage because now you've got to spend money on JGBs. But then after everyone piled into them, he announced that they were going to move to a positive rate, which then immediately pulls the rug on the value of all those JGBs everyone just bought, right? So they got a bunch of people to come in and provide ample liquidity to their debt market, and then they rug pulled them. Well, announced a rumor that they're going to rug pull them at least. Why would participants think that wasn't going to happen? Doesn't matter. They didn't have a choice. They have to keep the Bank of Japan's effective rate at 0. Yes, JGB is Japanese government bonds. Doesn't matter if they wanted to buy them, didn't want to buy them, knew they were going to get fucked. They had to buy them. Got them by the short and curlies. Exactly. I'm struggling to figure out how bullish I should be. How bullish do you want to be? I know we're not bearish at all, but is this any different from nightly straddles? I mean, there's a reason that there's more complex reasons that straddles are so effective. I'm not going to tell you any of them, but there's very specific conditions in the market that have existed since the end of 2022 that or end of 2023 that make well, no, 22, sorry, that make overnight straddles a money printer. Also, Jerry Garcia band. Ew. Holy shit, momentum. Look at us all the way back to 5250. Freaky. No, seriously, though, this could break down a little. We'll see. Might just be a gap fill. I do like the breakdown on NQ, though. Especially if it picks up volume. So close. Hmm. Take that, stop losses. Let's see. Delta got rugged there a little bit, but it looks like it's mostly bouncing back. There's still a lot of support here. How low do you think Tesla could go today? I don't know. 72? Probably some support there. Is Wall Street going to party when DJI crosses 40K in what looks like the next day or two? Yeah, I'm sure someone will. Can you confirm Thursday is for the Bears? No, Friday is for the Bears. Maybe more interest in value stocks now. There's definitely some flows into more defensive positioning. Surely no one would want to carry all-time highs into the weekends. Tuesday is Bears Day. All other days are for the Bulls. That's nonsense. Your weekly seasonality has no rigor, C-Mill. Are Apple and Nvidia defensive? I mean, Apple should be. Nvidia's definitely not. Dividend stocks are popular in Australia. Good for them. Will they not pay taxes on them? I need to find out someplace. I'm just gonna move to Cyprus. Fuck it. I have to renounce my U.S. citizenship, but it's worth it. Just throw all my money into dividend stocks and move to Cyprus. Tax-free dividends. Tax-free dividends, euros, and beaches. Malta? Monaco? Just make an offshore shell corp like the rest of us. It's not the same. What about Djibouti? Their tax laws are variable. How are the ladies on Cyprus? It's not bad. Monaco sucks. Is Tinder big on Cyprus? No, I feel like just parking your yacht somewhere near the beach is big. Monaco is too pricey for Gherkin. No, it's not. Cyprus is still technically a war zone. Whatever. What's the tax law like in Italy? I have no idea. I ate way too much Mexican food last night, and this SLD morning period is rough. They're making liquidity deposits. Monaco has a lot of old money that would hate you. Wouldn't hate me. Wasn't there a guy who lived in Greece or Cyprus that made wrong predictions at Lenixus? Italy's not great for stock traders. It's a great place to retire, though. Greek being a classic dentist right now. I think in Italy, as long as you go to your accountant and say bibbity bobbity, they'll do your taxes for free. Uh, if this one finds support here, does it just find resistance at 60 again? That's very possible. I think you'd be annoyed if you lived in a time zone outside of EST. That's not true. I lived in California when I first started trading. It was fine. Actually, I didn't like waking up so early, but I liked being done at like 1 o'clock. Thoughts on Tim Apple getting sued today for antitrust? I mean, it's ironic, right? You've made it no secret that you hated California. Well, just the people. Actually, I don't even dislike the Californians. It was like all the people that made money in like Iowa and then moved to California. Those people were the worst. Yeah, also fuck the traffic. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't call out Mr. Poopy Pants retirement like that. I'm sorry, did you summon a born and bred, pure, real Californian? Calm down, Willie. All right. Have you played Balatro yet? No. My favorite Californians are like the surfer stoners that inherited their parents like shitty beach shacks, but now they're worth like $40 million. That's my favorite subtype of Californian. Huh. Yeah, bro. I live on Dory Pier. Wanna go blaze it, brah? One of my college friends' family had one of the infamous hillside Crystal Cove houses. It was awesome. My old one of no, that'd be too much information. Never mind. You play poker hands to score and collect jokers, which affect your score. Playing various hands. It's quite addictive. Hmm. So is the stock market. No, I was gonna say something about my old boss, um, and Crystal Cove, but there would be I'd well, I'd dox somebody if I did. Scalp the bottom wick. I'm ready for Pontiff in 50 years. Dox me, bite the bullet. People from the Bay Area are more elitist than Girk. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, you have to be when your down payment on your 2-bedroom apartment was 400 grand, right? 52.75 about the top. Are we going to be pinned to it for the rest of the week or see a pullback before Monday? There's a small chance we could see a pullback even today. But bulls are fighting pretty hard against any of the sell-off that's going on the in the money calls. So we'll see how it shakes out. Right now, I mean, we're kind of just falling into like a pretty flat zone between 55 and 60. If the out of the money calls pick up enough, then we might get some more momentum to the upside. Puts are still building up at 50 though. And although it's excruciatingly slow, momentum is breaking down a little bit. I feel like most of today is just going to be about crushing out realized vol. It just depends like where we decide to do that, right? I'd like to suggest micro pontiff. What's that? We hang out in a Zoom call all day? All right, it's 30 grand. Me, Jay Fresh, and Dork will be there for 12 hours. Will I be compensated for your time? My time? Sure. Check DMs real quick. Don't you do this to me intraday. Ooh, that's kind of hmm. That's fucking weird. How? I'll offer 3K. Carl, done. You can have Carl. You could probably send him a dick pic. Gherk's concern is for how does he walk with that third leg, right? It seems almost impossible. Nvidia 1K this week? Why? I don't know. Nvidia's still kind of got a problem with the 900 calls. Did you just flip me off? You're such a dick, Rims and Tims. Oh, interesting. Yeah, if you guys get any messages from fake Gherks, just look at their joined Discord date. It's usually a pretty good indicator that they're not me. Where's the cure at these days? No idea. Last I heard, he was selling covered calls on GME. Any thoughts on Geo at the moment? Is it the Bury stack? I haven't looked at it in a long time. It's been going up. Looks good. They got, I know at one point they got into the like house arrest tracking business. And that promised some growth. I got banned from another YouTube channel. It's because you're fucking annoying. He's doing well. Just had another kiddo recently. Not memeing. Grinding away at life with work, kids. Okay. That's good to hear. I accepted your offer to manage my account. Were you able to get into all my bank accounts? I hadn't heard from you, but I'm seeing quite a few withdrawals. They were supporters of free speech, but I questioned their conspiracy theory. Oh, you can't do that. They're supporters of their speech, not free speech. There's a difference. Be real with me. Red ever again? Win red, big red. Otherwise, no. Went up big though for months. Let's see. BOJ's April earnings BOJN earnings mid-April. I think till then, probably pretty bullish. Big red so fast we get priced out. That's the idea. I'll give you a hint. When Nvidia dies, we ride. When Nvidia dies, it's too late. I'm a terrible trader. Just sell calendar puts. Is there a membership level where we don't have to hang out, but you answer all my ridiculous questions as if they were intelligent and insightful? Billionaire. We must find Jesus before the eclipse comes on April 10th, so I found you. Well, see how that works out for you. Real Gherk would never DM a poor. This is true. Is my internet bad this morning, or is Gherk's? I don't see any interruption in my upload. Not true. All of my questions get answered with high degrees of respect and deference. Am I still bullish on gold? I don't know. Are you? Gold went up like 2% last night. Is it true that up to 80% of CMBS loans are at risk of defaulting over the next like 5 years? The 2025 Infinity QX80 got released yesterday. Better than range, moderately. Nissans haven't been great for quality in some time, but probably better than a Range Rover. Low volume indicative. I mean, just lease it, right? It doesn't matter what you buy. So, reminder, you have to pretend this is an intelligent question. And should I give up my puts completely today, unless they're at the money bought now or several months out? I don't know. What are you gonna get back? Like $5? You should have given them up yesterday when they were still worth something. What part about if Powell's dovish we're gonna rock it did people miss? When will Reddit be available to trade? I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to IPOs. I know I went into a depression. Next time, go into a depression with stop losses. Wait, you said that? Yeah. A bunch of times. I like when you're depressed too, bipolar bear. Less mania. But also, we all thought no way JPOW was going to be dovish. Really? I said Tuesday night or Wednesday morning at 12:25 a.m. Tomorrow is going to be all about the Fed, and as disappointing as it is that there's a decent chance that the FOMC does the wrong thing and sticks to 3 rate cuts in 2024. My opinion, and I think their only reasonable course of action, is to pull back 1 or 2 rate cuts for 2024, and they really should pull back all of them. The Fed is far closer to needing to raise rates than they are to cutting them, and a promise to the market otherwise will likely lead to more unchecked speculation and drive inflation higher. Doing nothing tomorrow should not be an option. What are you reading? Is this Kim's Twitter? Go fuck yourself, Popcorn. All right. Holy shit, it's secure. We're like positive alpha. Am I right? What's up, man? How you been? Baby number 4 arrived in Jan. Jesus Christ. So that's 4 babies. How many dogs? 7. How's Mrs. Secure? Is Secure Amish? Floridian. She's good. Awesome. It's good to see you, man. Presuming competence in our unelected officials was our mistake. Why would you ever presume competence? JPA's been a cuck for months. Spy doing spy things, going straight up like a rocket. Yeah. Sterilized is a harsh way of putting it. I like it. Boop. Go there. Right there, and then whoop, like that. Look at us. Longer term momentum's trying to break down a little bit. It's not succeeding, but it's trying. Is this chop bullish? Past today, yeah. For today, not really. It's mostly just realized vol crushing out. Listen, Maeve, when the market starts crashing, you'll know. It's not going to be a secret. I have a channel I've been tracking on ES for 2 years. I DM'd it to you. Okay. I've have this one, I think, on my longer dated, like on my weekly chart. Interesting. I think we've already broken out of it, and sure. But I would say that the actual upper trend is a bit higher, or a bit lower rather, and the bottom trend is a bit higher. So we could break out of it, but it would likely be like we would wick out of it. Fucking Rims and Tims. Such a dick. Ooh. A little bit of puts are putting a little bit of stank on the index. Is Vol still gonna crush those farther DTEs? Or make them cheaper? Seems like a good place to straddle with Theta. Yeah, there's not a lot of Vol right now. So straddles are pretty cheap. I mean, I think we could get a little bit of an intraday pullback. I just don't know if we'll break below, like substantially below 50. We could test maybe 40 and then we'll probably bounce back up. And then I think mostly just range bound. There was a chance in the pre-market that we rejected off 50 and we stayed range bound between 25 and 50, but more calls came in after market open. And so now it's looking like 40, 60. What do you think about Amazon calls? I've had a few. They've done okay. Um, this might kind of be like a local high, though. I think there's a chance you get a pullback before re-entering. Let me look at one other thing. I just caught mine this morning. It's been pretty good for calls, but it goes up really slow. So if you can nail the timing on debit spreads, those are a little bit better. Um yeah, it might be starting to get ready for see, I don't like that. Yeah, this might be kind of like a local high. Is that updated? Yeah. Some of the short puts are starting to get pulled off, and like bot calls have been falling off. So I would say that it's kind of reaching the top of the trend here, right? And then there's like a lower trend that I would say that it could test before bouncing higher. This doesn't look particularly bullish, right? And then also like this is kind of bad, like this like double top right here. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so a little bit of a yeah, this breakdown in momentum's getting a little bit of steam. I don't know if it's gonna be able to push through 50 though. That's it might not be able to. We'll see. I should probably set some kind of stop. Ugh. Did you reply to the Tesla scalp? Yeah, I did. I don't think it's a great idea. Yeah, and that was like back here. I still don't think it's that great of an idea. It still looks weak. Getting rejected off of DN's not a good look. Tesla's DN is at 177. Like GN is at 172 and change. It's like something like that. More importantly, GN's below DN, which is not great, right? Who's that guy that was shilling DWAC in the SPX chat? Get wrecked. I don't know. People spend too much time on fucking Wall Street bets, roped in by photoshopped brokerage pictures. Fuck, still didn't lose 250. Maybe it's just a stop loss hunt. Futures looks like it really wants to fail. Got a little bit of a lower low on this too. Well, for the last hour. Is Gherk muted? Am I dead? No. I've made half of my yearly salary in 3 months. Should I quit my job or use it all on Vega puts? Why don't you pay off your credit cards? Hello, boys. I'm back from therapy. What did she say about your compulsive gambling habits this time? She said maybe trading isn't for me. What a bitch. Or rather, what would life be like if I didn't lose $37,000 last year? And what would it be like? It's not like you were going to spend that money fixing your house. We've all seen how you live. Jesus, I'm depressed over 3,700. I gotta step up my game. Did you even take out any loans? Thanks to inflation, my losses are actually 15 to 18% less. Nice. You don't get a rebate. Never mind. You'll find out. Little gap to the downside. VIX still under 13. Hmm. 3-month VIX is at 1520. To buy Vega puts or not. Tough choice. Is it time to full port 5100 May puts? Why May? Buy them sub 12. You know what's gonna happen. Well, I want 3-month VIX below 15. Usually July or August. I picked up some Septembers yesterday. And a couple more today, but I don't want to buy a lot of them until 3-month VIX is further down. Hmm. Ooh, rate cuts are getting priced out again. Oh, because yields moved positive. Dollar's almost back at 104. How the fuck are we holding this level? VIX flat, dollar at 104, 10 years about to pump up to 4.3 again. And we're 150 BPS higher on the index. Maeve, I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes the best position is no position. Same like the entire year. The fucking 10-year hasn't been above 4.3 the entire year. What are you on about? Don't forget Apple down 3%. Yeah, Apple's getting slaughtered. But apparently they have no competition, according to the antitrust case. So there's no sympathy effect in the rest of the NASDAQ. We started at 4,800 with 6 rate cuts, now at 5,250 with less than 3. I'll give you that. Apple doesn't have competition, excuse me. That's what the DOJ says. Did you roll out your July Vega puts to September, June, and no, not all of them. I closed a lot of them. I still have like 15 left that I haven't closed out. And those were ones that I bought when VIX was at like 14, so they need a bigger move in VIX to print. But they're not as far out of the money, so they're a little more like delta sensitive. Like the stream, PiFi is a free speech absolutist. No, I'm not. I'll ban you again. Using WeBull, what's the difference between selling a covered call and a cash secured put? My bad. I'm just starting to experiment with these strategies. So a covered call, you own the underlying, right? You're selling a call against your ownership in the stock. So you have 100 of the underlying, and you sell a call against that. If the price goes up and stays above where you sold the call, your shares get called away. Then they're sold at that strike. If the price stays flat, you collect the premium. CSP is secured with cash instead of a security. Um, so you post cash collateral, sell a put, same thing, but in reverse. So if the price falls below here, you buy 100 shares at the strike. I'm used to it. Yeah, I figured you would be by now. Go EV ripping this week. Boomers all over the country are just creaming their pants. What ticker is what? It's QQQ VIX and SPX clockwise. Can you explain how call and put walls act as support and resistance? I mean, they don't always, but they can act as support and resistance. Yo, Glorp, wind down. I don't know, maybe like a little bit this afternoon ish. If this keeps bleeding off, we might drop, or we'll just get more call buying. But basically, when you have like a really big call or put wall, the market maker is hedging into that, right? And then their hedge kind of, depending on the size of the call wall, their hedge kind of neutralizes as you approach the strike, right? And then, if you cross the strike, their hedge picks up, right? And so you get this kind of period like this where nothing really happens. Or it acts as resistance because price is stabilized and there's, profit taking. And that's true on the upside too, right? You test a big wall. Can kind of stagnate and pull back. Yeah, no problem. What about Apple? They're shitting the bed super hard. Which the rest of the market doesn't seem to give a flying fuck about. Tesla cares. It's nuts. How can I push up to 375? Fucking DDS. Where'd we go? Netflix might be kind of topping out a bit. Yeah, MQ still looks a little bearish here on the 1 hour. It doesn't look so hot on the 15 either. But maybe we need breadth to kind of collapse a bit. So equal weights up 74 points. Dow's up 72. Russell's still up 116. Yields and dollar keep inching higher. Dollar's almost back to yesterday's high prior to the FOMC meeting. 30 years getting pretty close to yesterday's high too. 10. I think the 20 is already above it. 10's not. Thanks, Bob. If I full port selling 5250 P's and 5250 C's today, can I retire? I mean, you wouldn't be the only one doing that right now, which really sucks, but if Nvidia loses the 900 level, depending on momentum, I mean, it could potentially fail. Well, there's support at 880, and then the next support to the downside is like 850. Although Nvidia looks pretty good. I mean, it's still holding above 900 today. The calls at 900 have a little bit of theta on them, so they're not squeezing out just yet, and that's kind of the only thing probably holding this back in any substantial way. Does the higher market have any effect on top? Almost none. Yeah, top has very little to like no ETF exposure. Mm, yeah, there's a little bit of put accumulation. Greg did sell SPX strangles? No. I sold some condors. No actual strangles though. No like short strangles. Too many short dated options on the chain, right? I don't wanna, that's fucking dangerous. I bought 75 Cs. Pray for me. I don't do that. 4 months ago, did you think we would be at SPY 520 by now? Now. I thought our central bank would not be a useless bag of dicks. No, I'm not buying Reddit. Are you targeting June 10-12 for beyond? I have some April positions also. When will beyond make me a millionaire? You? I I don't know. How much how many options do you have? When banks failed last March, I thought we'd be trading at 3,000 today. Nope. ETF? What? 108? Wait, is that your strike or the number of contracts? That's an awful lot. When ETF FTDs? Oh, usually like end of the month through the like fifth trading day, fifth, sixth trading day, depending on how many there are. Hmm. Hmm. It wasn't like a lot of delta. It was a pretty small buy for so much price improvement. Well, I guess it was only $5. Let's see how the out of the money calls are looking. This is wrong. Pretty much the same. 52.65 put. Any thoughts on why Upstart volume has picked up a lot? Oh, 3 rate cuts this year is bullish for Upstart. At least until the SLOS report comes out. Speaking of Upstart. Ooh. Yep. Where the fuck did it go? There it is. Test. Alright, let's see if NQ gets rejected here. Need to put a stop. 55. Hmm. You know what? I should have waited on that. Yeah. The short started covering on Upstart? Not yet. But the tips are getting tighter. A little bit. I guess this is why shorts didn't bother getting too aggressive with Upstart in the last few months. They got pretty aggressive. I mean, there's a decent amount of vol shorts on it. I think they've learned some lessons in the past, though. It's dangerous, right? It's a quick question. I'm over here wondering what the next possible low on Beyond could be. 770s before we move higher. If so, purchase more in the money 8-9 strikes, 30-45 DTE. Um, I don't know. We might see like 790. I don't know if we'd see 770 again. Unless it falls off reg show, which would not be ideal, right? This way shorts didn't bother getting too. I was looking at bull puts on Upstart now that the Fed didn't raise. How dumb is that? It's not super dumb. Just choose your strike carefully because it definitely has some range on it right now. I think the 25 isn't all that strong. So either you want like a little bit of theta, not too much, or you want to be a little more out of the money. Yeah, no problem, cookies. I was hoping that sub 20 buy-in, maybe I need to adjust that price. We're just planning on taking longer for them to get down there, probably. Yeah, I mean, I still don't think the Fed's actually going to do anything. I don't think rate cuts are going to materialize unless we have like a credit event. Tech pump is strong. Ball's turning up a little bit. Oh, let's see. Momentum's starting to pull back a little bit there. Not on the longer time frames yet. Wonder if we'll get enough momentum to actually fall below 50 though. 50 is such a strong support. I need to look at something.
Sells top and Q.
Apple still looks like garbage. Yeah, I know. QQQ looks stable. I really don't agree with that. Kind of looks like a blow off. Still call buyers though. Just not enough of them. Buying at 70, 65, 70. Not so much at 65, mostly 70. A little bit of 75, 80. I don't see how they shake the short calls without a drop, though. It's gonna still be a problem. Like, it's still a problem for bulls to get momentum here, too. Dixie above 104, not much resistance. Interesting. Yeah, that should be, I mean, I feel like that should be having a far more profound effect right now. It seems to be driving up vol demand, but not enough. If we stay range bound today, will that push GM on the weekly higher? Probably not a lot higher. Like, it'll probably rise, but maybe not very much. We're really, once we get really close to it, it doesn't move very frequently, is what MOASS. No, I don't think so. Mm. Okay, so this is all just in a video. The video has resistance at 25. AVGO is walking up. I know. Is AMQBY a pink sheet? What approval do I need to buy? You might have to fill out something with your broker, but yeah, it's traded on OTC. In this country, you could buy it off of the Copenhagen Exchange also. Is that buy stop order there to buy more puts on a turnaround? Yeah. This could still go a little higher though. Maybe not. Mm. Alright, there's some call side profit taking on SPX. Still don't think it falls very much below 50. QQQ 600 Cs. I've been summoned to return to my home planet on my dear friend Hugh Jerry Sack. One love. For real, for real. Thanks, TGI Fridays connoisseur. We had a surprise rate cut over here. 1.7 to 1.5. Yeah, I know. Plenty of time for that to turn around. Google's up 4%, Meta 2.66. AVGO recovered. Back to positive. NQ's finding resistance here, 8,700. Hmm. I love DWAG. Shorting it is so satisfying, knowing where the money is coming from. People who don't know better. Is leverage exploding again on this move? I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the data. You been from TGI Fridays or IHOP Fridays? It's probably exploding because I got some 5250Ps. I don't think that's gonna do it. Interesting. SPX and NQ are diverging a bit. What's oil doing today? Oil's down a little. Okay. Silver sold off pretty hard this morning. That fucking that went up a lot. Gold was up pretty high last night too. It was up like 200 basis points. Everyone betting on the dollar crashing. There goes Dixie, just moving higher. Oh, China's China's gonna maybe start buying again on UST. Yuan's 722. That's way above their target. Is this GME covering? Probably not. No. No, it's just pressure from ETFs. IW or IJH XRT. XRT's up like 1% today. IJH is also up 1%. Doesn't look like there's any buying on the underlying though. How does Upstart look? Interesting. I mean, it could fail this test if Nvidia drops. Yeah, it could fail. So if Nvidia pulls back to like 910 or 900, that wouldn't, like, intraday, that wouldn't be great for Upstart. That's fucking weird. Hmm. Still nothing happening there. That looks pretty fucking flat too. Hmm. There's like no support on ES. Like no big supportive levels on ES. Maybe like 53.12 a little bit. There's just not a lot of sellers yet. NQ's got about what's that? Supports at like 18,670. There's a bunch of sellers at 18,675 too. Which is pretty much right below bottom of this candle on the 15. So we're starting to get some positioning failures. Dixie went back below 104 though. Yeah, this is just boring. It's all in the futures. Yeah. Oh, it does. There's a shitload of upside resistance on NQ. I'm just worried it might triple top. If it did, I'd have to set my stop to like 32. That's not really ideal. For triple top on SPX. Do, do, do. The positioning from 60 to 75 sold, or are we just pumping? I mean, there's sold calls at 50 that are in the money now. Everything from like, I mean, pretty much everything from like 25 up to 50 is already sold. I mean, we've got profit taking on in the money long calls. 75 through 5300's pretty heavily sold. But there's enough buy side at 5250 that we have a ton of support. So it's hard to break down. Auction in less than an hour. Yeah. I mean, I think we hold 5250 into the auction without a doubt. And then maybe the auction will provide enough vol to move something. Tips is weird, but it could. How big is it? I should have checked this earlier. The future sellers here yet? Let me see if they're walking it down on NQ. A little bit, yeah. Treasury Direct. Options. 10-year tips. 16 billion on the 10-year. Got a bunch of auctions next week. 2, 5, and 7. All pretty big too. The 2 and the 5 are really big. 7's 43 billion. Upstart get hammered with when Nvidia fell below 920. Where the fuck is it? Carvana's at 87 today. Jesus fucking Christ. Ouch. IWM? Son of a bitch. Hmm. Hmm. IWM's or NQ still holding 18,675. Yes, looks like it's found a top around 53.2150. Forceful looking rejection on QQQ, perhaps. We'll see. There's a lot of sell side to the upside on NQ. How many grains of sand are there on Earth? I don't know. Antitrust filing by the DOJ against Apple. Old news. Will it have an impact? It's had an impact. Apple's down like 3% today. Mm. Hmm. All right. Very large synth long position around 5,000, still hanging out. Yeah. Remember in the days when you get rubber band action on FOMC and the day after? Two-sided trade. We're living in the good old days and didn't even know it. Yeah. It feels like we're waiting for FOMC all over again. Crushing realized volatility. It makes building out positions cheaper. So trying to stabilize above 5250. I'm trying to ask Glorp went down more than the number of grains of sand. 7.5 sextillion times. I can do that. I appreciate your perseverance. 5245P is 230. 5275C is 1. More than double the price. So doing a good job. Can ES decide if 5220 a support or resistance already? No, it can't. There's so many fucking NQ sellers still, like right here. It'd be cool if this rejects. It's thinking about it. Mm. Ooh, fancy. There we go. Where's support on NQ? Support's gonna be 18,677.50. Well, more sellers at 680. Hmm. I like that. What a fucking grind. Instead of hurtful language like reject, let's use something positive like down bounce. Gross. Hmm. Unless IQ breaks up here, it's kind of at a triple top, right? Breakup of Apple wrecked? Says structural relief a possibility. Oh shit. Interesting. I don't believe it, but I've gone from 2K to 6K since December. Back and forth a lot, but net positive. I can't believe how much I still have yet to learn. That seems so effortless for you. You'll pick it up as time goes on. You don't have to rush it. Instead of a hurtful congratulations though. Instead of hurtful. It's not a consistency to smash breakouts in gold. There's just a shitload of gold bag holders that sell at the tops. People have been holding that shit for like 10 fucking years. They can't wait to get out. Paper hands, you know? This looks like bull flag on STX Simi. Does the positioning, repositioning say that too? No. Yeah, okay, so it's not a bull flag. They don't really exist on this time frame. But generally, gap ups into stagnant price action revert. There's no, like, if you go out to the longer time frames, which is what you're looking at it on, there's no like bullish consolidation. Consolidation's just flat, right? My dad's still holding gold coins for my grandfather. Was grandpa the ultimate diamond hands? He never sold. I mean, why are they so scared of 5261? I mean, they're not scared of it. Bulls will love to push through it. It has very little to do with any fear or anything like that. All the like momentum is just pinned to this range. Not even that range, like this range. And so despite great efforts to try to break higher, any cessation in the constant buying leads to the price slipping pretty quickly too, right? It's not slipping very far because they keep buying. But there's a lot of short calls, which makes it hard to move up. So like here, let's break out the old option strat again. So say you saw the short strangle. Son of a bitch. There we go. Nope. Which a lot of people have done here. Is that? Okay. So they're selling like the 65, let's say 75, 25, like that. Right? See how it presses down gamma at spot? So like we're stuck right here. And over time, that gets worse. So we open up more move, like we can move more in this range, but the resistance to the upside and the resistance to the downside becomes stronger. Oh, well, those are off. Hold on. Like, is it right here? No. Yeah, see? Until the end of the day, and then it opens up, right? So you have those last like few minutes, and it starts to collapse, and that's why you get that big move in price right at the end of the day, because those resistances kind of fall away. They should just buy more, but then they just feed the liquidity on the sell side, right? If we go hit SPXWGM at 73, do we just reject hard? We could. Generally, for Gamma Max, you need a shitload of buying in the underlying or like in futures to push higher. And futures are not doing a lot today. I mean, they're supportive, but that's about it. Ooh, nice little spike in VIX there. Hmm. VIX crossing the yellow line meaningful at all? No, no. Those are just MAs. What subscription is that within your broker? Which you took an option strat? All I want is for 50 to get a little smooch. Nothing crazy. I don't think that's crazy at all. Ooh, there we go. Engaging dip buy protocols, leveraging up everything. The market may never be this low again for minutes. So did you just magically know what kind of SPX positioning you should on option strat that mimicked a jump towards collapsing inflating gamma? How do you identify that? Big brain. I mean, I sit here and watch options positioning all day, right? It's not that hard to identify positions. Sometimes it's harder to figure out the intention behind the position, but you can see the matrix. Hmm. Alright, this is kind of cool. It'd be cooler if it kept breaking down. Oh, I like that. Hmm. Just need a little whoosh of profit taking. That's all. NQ starting to sell off a bit. It's not a 52.55 to go in the money. I don't even care if it's 0.01. That's fair. I had a dream I got Pontiff after a big win. We hit up dive bars in my area. All I remember is you were disgusted. Yeah, I look at SMCI once in a while. I'm not really interested in playing it because the options are just massively overpriced. So the risk reward's not worth it. Oh god, my Vega puts are about to print. No, they're not. Well, unless you bought them when we were at like VIX 12, like 1260 earlier. In which case they could be printing. Gap fill today? That's ambitious. I don't think that's necessarily gonna happen. It'd be really cool, but there's not a lot of positioning down there. I don't see anyone really pushing for it. Maybe if the tips is really bad, we could fill some of it in. Although, even that, I kind of doubt. We should just watch everything on the 5-minute. It's a better day for the 5-minute. Oh god, it looks worse on the 5-minute. What does? Thank you, Katie. Are my dreams of Zom 130 more likely than my dreams of a 2% pullback on SPX? I feel like they could both happen concurrently. In a way, you're betting on similar things happening. Just sell a synthetic variant swap on SMCI. Clown. I keep stocks on the 5-minute. It helps me identify trends better, and I don't panic on a small dip. 5 minutes is a little bit better, especially on choppy days. I mean, once you've looked at them long enough, it doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. You get to the point where they're all kind of just the same shit. Flat as fuck. Yep. Yeah. Ooh, what's that? Spiky, spiky boy? That's perfectly normal and healthy. Just panic anytime anything sells at all. Let's see. Yes, tested 5317. Momentum's finding a little bit of support right there. Alright, well now we're gonna stabilize slash bounce. So that was the big fucking pre-tips auction sell-off, I think. Alright, so if inflation's expectations go up, we should see the short-dated yields rise, dollar go up. Even more. Although dollar's already up quite a bit. I don't think anybody's pricing in a bullish outcome to the tip section yet. Still more vol. I wonder if tips could be bad enough that this pulls back under 5,200. That would be crazy. But there's no support. That's it? I mean, probably most of it, yeah. Because they're going to come in and buy the dip before the tips. Huh. Yeah, I mean, there's some like neutral positioning setting up around it, which is kind of interesting. Delta's kind of flattening out, so positive Delta's dropping off. And man, they've fucking sold off all the in the money calls. I guess we still have support at 25, but if we lost 25, it's just straight to 5,200. And the downside's garbage. See? 50, maybe a little support at 40, but then just nothing. Just flat gamma all the way down. Oops. A Tesla 5,200 would be great. We could reposition for 5,300 next week. That'd be cool. And my straddle puts would print, which would be awesome. Are they setting up to pump? Not yet. They're set up for a pump already. A little bit. Who's the gamma chad that keeps cucking the market? I don't know, but I love them. You see how the gamma's crushed on all the strikes outside of spot? That's from what I showed you guys earlier. Any big synth longs? 5,000. Ooh, VIX at 13. That's a much more reasonable price for VIX to be at right now. There's no fucking reason for VIX to be at 12. Dixie back over 104. 10-year 1.273. Ooh, the 10 years, interesting. 10 years above the 5-year right now. That's odd. Is it another big delta short position that's crushing gamma? Kind of. It's like a short strangle. It's crushing. It's not crushing gamma. It's not really there to crush gamma. It's there to crush realized vol. They're selling realized vol. It does that by crushing gamma. Do you think QQQ turns around and Nvidia could test 900 again? It's possible. The tips auction will be pretty important. The 10-year tips is actually really important for NQ. Does that suggest they wanted to stay at this price going into tomorrow? Not necessarily. It suggests that they want to crush vol. They want to make positions cheaper as they reposition. $11. I feel like it'd be kind of interesting here too if we don't see a pump into the auction or like a big pump into the auction. Hmm. It's just still got 10 minutes. Could the auction actually cause us to sell off under 50 though? It seems unlikely. It could, yeah. Because it can cause profit taking on the 50, right? And that like we can fall into that, so like that negative gamma range, right? If we fall into that, we could test the low end of it before bouncing back. Might not happen. Tips might not be that bad, but inflation expectations seem to be rising. We would likely bounce back due to the gamma shape. I mean, not necessarily, right? Because even though there's negative gamma there, that can extend, right? So if put buying comes in, that could move out like that, right? Or the center of the negative gamma can shift. The auction hasn't happened yet. No, the center, not centaur. All right. We are getting a little bit of pre-action pumpies. Just not a lot. Nice VWASP. Five more. I wanted NVIDIA to get investigated for AI monopoly. It's not real. Did the Fed fund futures begin pricing in 3 rate cuts today? Briefly. Yeah, we did. We did for like a few minutes. And then right back down again. Remember, the market's going to be sensitive to inflation expectations, right? So PCE, CPI, PPI, consumer inflation expectations. Those will have some effect. Is there a GT straddle here for funsies? Good. Weren't we lower when 6 rate cuts were priced in? Yeah. But we were also moving up a lot faster at that time. And they're really jockeying for that fucking call positioning. At least the Fed proves the market that it'll allow hot inflation. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the market's going to react to that, though, right? Presents a great deal of risk. Women household work to be added to U.S. CPI consumption survey? What mean? I have no idea. How do they define that? We all know the market would never dip into moral hazard. Of course not. All right, let's go. Auction time. Small. We should get data pretty quick. Fed bid 0. 30-year mortgage rates at 6.87%. Jesus fucking Christ. 10-year tips 1.91 before the auction. Street pharmaceutical enthusiasts. Yeah. Hmm. Dumpy? Maybe. I got stopped out of the call side pretty quick. High yield 1.932. Tips bid to cover 2.35. All right. Yeah, that's not great. Tips tail. Let's go. Well, there goes the dollar. And yields at the top end are moving up. Let's see if we can break 50. $5,200 seems excessive still, but you know, maybe 25 or 40, 40 or 25. Ooh. How badly do you think the shitcoin action, Dixie and Yen, is affecting people's margin? It's probably a bitch to manage. Come on, Vol. Big push up on the carry trade. We're still trying to short Vol. I have a feeling we're going to start seeing some profit taking on these calls. Yeah. Just a bit. Hmm. Interesting. All right, gaps filled. Uh, is it? Yeah, it is. So how big of a tail was that? 21 point. It's a pretty fat tail. I guess the market didn't care that much. Yeah. Cared a little. I mean, we dropped, what, like 10 bips or so on that. We may still see more. And volatility's picking up into the like backside of like distributive price action, right? So that's usually really bearish. And then you get like bigger spikes here. And Q doesn't look so hot. If you make a dump right now, Gherk, I'll buy Zillionaires again. I don't care. Are they selling or buying? Yeah, some calls are pulling back. Tip yields are adjusted for inflation. So a bullish tail on tips is like buyers expect higher inflation and are willing to accept a lower real yield because of the inflation. So it means demand for tips is strong because people want to protect themselves against inflation. Dip buyers are so persistent. This isn't actually a lot of dip buying. But there was some like put capitulation. There's a lot of put selling. There's not a shitload of buying though. Barr had a speech, but I guess he didn't say anything. Anybody else speaking today? I don't think so. No. Tomorrow. NQ's still selling off. Momentum's pretty weak here. I don't know, maybe 10 more minutes of stagnation. We might get a bigger move. 5250 feels like the moon. It's far closer to the sun. Is the effect the opposite on regular bonds from TIPS bonds effect you're discussing now? Yeah, kind of. Exactly. You've got it, Windmill. It's what I had in my head that tails were only positive from lack of demand. With the initial prices baseline, they couldn't rise from the demand. I don't know why. Well, now you know. I can give a speech if you want. 7 years ago. Gherk, I wanted you to know that your thoughts on the market will do for the rest of the days. Rest of the day, rest of the week. Do we just chop for today, tomorrow? Or do you expect some kind of move? Sorry if you already answered it, been in and out of the stream. I think today there's still a small chance that we could pull back to like maybe conservatively like 42.40. It's possible that it could drop a little more than that, 25. But that's pretty unlikely. We'll probably bounce back towards the end of the day, and then at that point we should have pretty strong bullish positioning going into tomorrow, right? Especially with zero DTs and the underlying. We're probably going to have a lot more delta driving the market on Friday. So I think tomorrow could be pretty bullish, especially if charm stays relatively high today. Are they selling the one DTE 4245p? I can check. I don't know. Mike J, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Thank you. Reddit hit 47. Are we shorting it now? I'm not touching that fucking thing. I'm not new. I just switched my credit card, but I'll take the song. Alright. It's just my programmed response. Alright. Alright, let's see. 322. No, not really, but there's more call side support on tomorrow's expiration than there is today, except there's less out of the money calls for tomorrow than there are for today. So 5250's got a shitload of the 5250 gamma expires tomorrow. But there's less out of the money calls, like 52, 55, 60, 70, 75. There's a lot less of those. But I don't see a lot of put selling at the 45 strike. No. I'm not new, I'm just a Dan. Lol at Reddit, who's buying the top? Yeah, I'm not. Fuck that. Just sell off all my pre-IPO shares and you guys can bag hold it. Now that Reddit's public, are they gonna get rid of porn? Are they gonna pull a Tumblr? Not if they want to stay listed. The support has way more importance than it should. Hmm. That. Ew. Bulls are trying really hard to not let this drop. Like really, really hard. Dumb. Just let it happen. NQ wants to sell off so bad. How the fuck is tips rocketing and NQ is up? What the fuck is the tips yield on TradingView? DFII10? Wait, what? There we go. That's perfectly healthy looking. Fucking unreal. Historically, as the 10-year inflation protected security rises, NASDAQ falls, right? Except not now. Now they're just going up together. What does that tell us? That tells us the corporations passing the buck onto consumers and increasing inflation through services is bullish. Huh. Bullflation. I like it. Bullflatio? The econ professor lied to me. Yeah. We still haven't made a new inflation adjusted SPX top. The march upward continues. Everyone just needs to close their variance swap slowly. They started positive correlation about the same time they introduced zero DTEs every day. Yeah, roughly. Not quite. That's fucking stupid. All right. So since December, inflation expectations have been rising And so has NQ. That's gonna mean revert hard. It's gonna be gross. Boop. Will NQ continue to sell off? It wants to. Curious, I'm curious. Pretty solid support at 53.13 on ES. But NQ support's down at like 18,655. And they're still pushing pretty hard. I want them to gobble it up and hit those fucking sell walls. No, don't bounce back. Hmm. Ooh, this is it. Go NQ Bears. You can do it. I believe in you. Hmm. Interesting. Have you ever seen this many divergences in the market before? Yeah. It's generally not a good sign when lots of different markets are in disagreement and correlations start to break down. But that can go on for some time. It's not like an immediate signal of anything. How's the 5250 call wall looking? Solid. Turgid even. It doesn't mean it can't break down. See, despite the support on SPX, NQ does not have those same supports, and tech is a significant portion of SPX holdings. So it doesn't matter how much fucking gamma you have. If someone starts dumping the underlying, you're fucked. Do your ES levels work on NQ as well? Yeah, NQ's a little more volatile though. Ranges tend to be wider. But yeah, I could if I wanted to build them out on NQ as well. It's not considered like a primary index though, so I don't. And none of us want to trade the Dow. Let's be honest. Hmm. Who's buying this piece of shit right now? Everyone. You playing with your dot plots, Gherk? Sure. There's actually a significance to this if it fails. Especially if it fails here. Well, we'll see. Mm. 18650 was support earlier. Is it going to be support again? I don't know. NQ's still pushing to sell. It's been some block buys, but nothing crazy. Seems like I like wiped out on a sweep there. Uh, up. So we're looking for flat. It's resistance. That's right there. Hmm. So gamma collapses at spot. We're at 54. We shift down. Hmm. Dollar's at 104.04 now. Yields aren't doing much. They kind of peaked after the auction. Don't think I like this. Ooh, that's gross. $52, $55, $81. Are you reading the secret order book code talkers between different short hedge funds? What? Is this a descending head and shoulders on NVIDIA? Your 900th question about NVIDIA today? It's a head and shoulders if it breaks down. It's not a great one to play, but it's not terrible. A little bit. Descending head and shoulders are a little less bearish. Oh shit. QQQ sold off back below VWAP. That's kind of cool. Failure? This is NQ. Ooh. Anti-bull confirmed. Yeah, so as those levels break down to the downside, they become bearish, right? But they can also be supportive. So we broke that on ES. NQ's testing the trend now, or well, very close to testing the trend. There, you guys can see it a little better like that. If NQ loses that uptrend, right, like we're just testing it now, probably get like a little bounce back. But if it loses that trend, that's really like it can fall pretty far. Same with ES. It opens up like 10 or more dollars to the downside. Nvidia failing? Yeah, so Nvidia's failing a bit too. And that's what you're looking for on this test is that continuation, right? You want to see volume continue to push against the resistance, not capitulate. And this should be a rejection on the upper trend for SPX too, right? Oh. If we reject, fill some of this, then tomorrow we could test like 266. Oh shit. We lost 250. Just a little bit. Barely. Come on, keep selling off, you fucker. Nice. That's where we hit that negative gamma wall, right? So you start to see that negative gamma pick up and drive the market maker hedge down really fast. So now if we lose 40, that would open up a test as low as 25. That's very far off right now. But 40, 45 aren't all that supportive. I think I'm gonna lock in 20% here. Why don't we get stopped out? Alright, stopped out. Cool. Yeah, money. Let's see what IWM's doing. And then if we find support here, you want to be on like the long side of the trade, right? Because it's likely to revert back to where gamma's like kind of neutral. Now it's more like this. This doesn't happen every day, but it's an example. It's not gamma neutral. It's just the neutral point in that position. We've already broken into the negative. The problem with taking a call position here is we've broken in to the negative leg of that gamma from that position. And so that actually opens up all this range as well. This can absolutely keep dropping. The assumption would be that, you know, bulls are going to try to support their 5250 strike and that they're going to start buying that excessively and try to skew that back to positive. So they're going to try to push this down, right? And that gets the market maker back on their side, and then they can drive prices back up. You can't see my drawings? Oh shit. What happened? That was weird. Vol's still rising, though. So this might not bounce at all. Or we could still get that 40 test. We may not, but we potentially could. Ooh, how far did Upstart fall? Gross. Oh, it's not that bad. More of those for tomorrow morning. I would just buy them tomorrow. I sold 5250 puts. Yeah, okay. You could still get fucked, just so you know. Dollars 104. What are yields doing? There's no way that's accurate. It might keep falling for a minute. There's some support. That's still kind of expensive. V time? Maybe. Not yet, but maybe soon. I wonder if we'll see VIX sub 12 this cycle. I think they're gonna have a lot harder time keeping vol tamped down. I think a lot of short vols still backing off, right? Like we have bulls, but they don't have the support that they had from short vol that they had on the prior run. Short vol's way less aggressive. There's more appeal to tail, like buying tails. So it's possible that we don't get that like supportive short vol positioning in as strong a way as we got it before. Like we got a big spike in short vol with like the euphoria following the Fed meeting, right? But that's not lasting, right? This is not a good sign the day after for vol to start turning back up again. V from what? We aren't even down. Yeah, we are. We're $10 down from the top. What are you, like, trading shares or something? Gross. trade shares of SPX all the time. I don't know, maybe he's on like SPY or something, and he's like up 13 cents on 10 shares. I don't know what's going on. Who the fuck complains about a 25 bit move on an index? Fractional shares. That's just mean. I mean, if I made 20% on my shitty fucking QQQ puts, there's no excuses. Why is it a strange take? What are you buying that's not like, so you're short right now. You're like, it's barely down. What do you need it to go to? Because I feel like there's a problem with your positioning. I don't have a position. It's just a question. I mean, a 25 basis point move on an index is definitely a solid directional move. I haven't made a trade at all today. Okay. I need SPX at $3.15. I saw a guy with an orange beard getting his hummus cannon cranked by a Dan behind a Wendy's while yelling about Tesla puts and FTDs. It was frightening. Oh, that's just Carl. Too soon to know where the MM wants it to close? Probably. Nvidia's doing things I like. Yeah, it is. Just careful with descending heads and shoulders, Richie. Carl, I already know it's you. Nvidia's failing because NQ's dying. Yeah, NQ's selling off really hard. It's already down to support here. And then next support. I don't know why I don't have those marked on TradingView. Yeah. I don't think that's going to bounce back. That's rough. I guess we're still holding 45. Call support at 40. Call positioning dropping off on the 50 strike, but there's still plenty of 50 for tomorrow. So yeah, we got a little bit of sell off on the 50 there. Not a lot, but a little. I still think we're probably gonna end up out of the money calls sold off a little. That doesn't look right.
I mean, yeah, Apple's definitely not helping QQQ out here. BTC new lows. What do we need to see for chances of a bearish continuation tomorrow? Mm, I don't particularly like that right now. Not with the way things are set up. If anything, I think tomorrow we could push higher, like a new high. We'll see, but I mean, right now positioning's not breaking down a whole ton. It's just a little bit. Greg said Tesla 200 in the next couple of weeks. I said 190. So I bought a 1 DTE Tesla 200C. Nice. Well done, Sage. I never said 204. It's 200 maybe over time, but 190 at best, and only if it breaks delta neutral. Any thoughts on GoEV? No. Downside momentum running out. Yeah, but they're starting to stabilize. Greek said Tesla 2000. What do I look like, Kathy fucking Woods? Momentum shifting back to the bulls. It's stabilizing. Momentum hasn't shifted to the bull side yet. It's just finding some support. It could still technically slip, right? Like this bounce could fail. It's not a reversal. No, I don't think we get 25. If we did, that would be crazy. That'd be like, that's like a big breakdown. That's a reversal of most of the overnight move. Or all of it? I think it's the whole gap. Next week we might be able to fill back towards like 5,200 in the early part of the week. Just because we don't have, well, we'll see what happens tomorrow, but we don't have a lot of longer dated positioning right now to the upside. We moved up way too fast. So while I don't expect this breakdown to do a whole lot, just because of where bulls are positioned for tomorrow, if it were to continue and we were to get, more of a breakdown, then that really compromises the very short dated bullish positioning that's on the chain. Apple just reversed like 5 days of gains, yeah. But Nvidia's just been going up, right? So it's, if all the money from Apple just goes into Nvidia, fucking difference does it make? Is ES gonna fall back below trend? Maybe tomorrow. I just don't. I don't think we're gonna get a lot more momentum on the sell off here unless we get some actual bears, and that seems really unlikely. Where would they come from? What's motivating them? There's a lot of questions that I don't have answers for. Because call buyers are just buying the fuck out of the dip right now. I bought one put. Are you buying 448? Because if it bounces back, it's gonna bounce back hard, right? Reddit IPO broke the market. Eh. No, I don't think there's any. There shouldn't be options on Reddit for a while. A couple weeks. Maybe the Reddit IPO is anticipated enough that it'll get options sooner, but it's usually at least a few days. And generally it's like 2 business weeks or so before they open up a chain. Did you run out of money? You bought a $34 position and that's it? I think I'm out of settled cash. Yeah. Send me some settled cash. If you want to wire transfer money into my WeBull account, you be my guest. I can mail it. That's useless. I don't trust wires. How much money do you maintain in your trading account? Depends which account. One day you should take all the YouTube money You take all the YouTube money and blow it on a bunch of DGen 0 DTEs. What's your net worth inclusive of ice cream slammies? I don't know. They're shorting the fuck out of VIX. I know what it was at the end of last year, but I'm also not going to tell you. That's not $1 jillion. Is that not what you already do with our YouTube money? No, it all just goes into like a HISA. I haven't even looked at it. I haven't looked at it since like last year. Can you give an update on the tips on Beyond, please, and thank you? Looks pretty stable. We're shorting it a bit. Shorted it with a drop in IWM. It'll probably bounce back if IWM does. Not a lot going on there, but not a lot of change in liquidity either, which is a good thing. Zero DT upstart 28s. That can't be a good idea. I'll confidently say that Gherkin is worth more than $2. It's not 500 million. If you're building lost power long enough time for your ice cream to melt, would you go broke? Maybe. Gert's worth 10.32 million. 58 million. Oh, these numbers are all over the place. What's harder to explain it to the Tinder thoughties? The whiteboard and the green screen or the 3 freezers? It's actually the combination of the two that's difficult to explain. Gherkin is priceless and ruggedly handsome. Thanks, Wabeef. 11 to 13, under 10 above 5. My only goal is to beat you in net income this year and fade off into the sunset. I don't know who the fuck Joel Osteen is. Osteen? 35 million, no cap, from how much you made in March 2022 GME run. I didn't make 35 million on that. I made a substantial sum of money, but it wasn't 35 million. House is worth 2. 2 in dividend investments, probably another 4 beyond that. Okay, you're worth $11. Are you trying to figure out if you're going to make more money than me this year? As long as the market doesn't crash, you might. I have less money than DFV did after the run on GME in 2021, and I have more money than you. You popcorn. That said, my estimate is close. It's not. I don't know about that. I figured it was the collective you. I wasn't trying to be broadly insulting. I'm worth $12. Odds DFV sat on his shares, Diamond handed them, never sold CCs, and now owns $25,000 worth of GME. I mean, it'd still be substantially more than 25,000, but probably not very good. I know you party with people that have more money than you. Yes. They have more wealth than me. I don't know about actual money. What's your largest one-day realized gain? 2.7 million. Please tell me you have like a Chase college savings account with 8 million in it. I'm more responsible than that. Do shitcoin millionaires count as having wealth? No. Well, not until they've converted it back into actual money. I wonder what TFE does these days. Rich things. He seems so genuinely nice that I think a small part of him is sad. He can't just stream the way he did in 2020, but the majority of him is happy he's rich. Maybe. I hope he's got whatever the best things are going on. I really do. He was smart to walk away from all of this shit. Had to be shitcoins. It wasn't shitcoins. Was that when you took your shirt off? Yeah. I do too, and yes, he was. He seemed wise enough to get a good lawyer very quickly, who knew, no doubt told him, never say anything again. Yeah, that does not seem unlikely. I can't believe you made 2.7 million selling us rev calls. No, I only made $100,000 selling rev calls, and I put it all back into rev, so it's just gone. Bobby did explode. So did Upstart. I've already picked more short squeezes than DFE. Who the fuck is Lou? What account size did you start trading SPX? I actually didn't start trading SPX for a while. 75, I think, around there. Day trading it. I had other like hedge positions and like long calls on it before then, but like day trading SPX a lot was around 75,000. Rev giveth and taketh away. That it did. You also picked BNED, Beyond, and Neo. Neo's like a long-term thing though, and that's based on the Chinese recovery. BNED, Beyond ran like fucking. How much did it run from like when earnings hit? It went up like 110%. How much do you want? $111. I think most of us were in Beyond before our earnings dropped. That was fucking awesome. And BNED ran 100% already before I ever fucking told anyone about it. I still regret telling people about it. Should have just kept it me and Dork. It was better that way. If Neo was a long-term pick, why did I buy weeklies? I don't fucking know. I haven't even bought any. The firm was a great play. I ended up sticking long on it. Nice. You better buy some, Gherk. I will, eventually. I tried to open a 1 DTE spread for Beyond Earnings, but I accidentally bought both legs. It was great. You could have clued people in on rig and kept BNED to yourself. You gave the alpha away, man. How's rig been doing? I haven't touched that thing in a long time. The last time my leaps finally fucking printed, I just never wanted to go near it again. It's so much better to just play Zom when it goes under 100. Ooh, shit. SPX dumped again. I wish there was another stock that would routinely OPEX like GME used to. Free money was fun. Upstart. That's why I gave it to you guys. Upstart has all the things that we wanted GME to be. Profits, competent leadership, low liquidity, share buybacks. It's too unpredictable. What do you want? You want high volatility or you want predictable? What's happening? Well, we're testing what looks to be 240. Yep. That's not good. 240 still support though. Remember Spurt when people got in at 8, 5, and sold at 14, 10, and then it MOASS to 50? Yeah. Gherkin, my puts are saved. Congratulations. Isn't. Oh, you motherfucker. NVIDIA has support before then. Yeah, NVIDIA's on support right now. So if it loses this support at like 1250, then yeah, it could test 900. Looks like there's buyers at 910 though. NQ's found support. Yes. ES has a little. They all have like a little bit more range to the downside before. If they're bouncing early, that's not a good sign. Remember when you sold your QQQ puts today too soon? I took 20%. I wasn't gonna risk 20% in order to see if it broke down further. I knew it could. I wasn't gonna take the chance. Especially after my options went from negative, what were they? They were like negative 80% to positive 20. I was definitely going to take the 20%. You could have made 1,000,000%. You fucked up. I would have made like another 60 cents a contract. FOMC euphoria lasted about as long as a whippet. It's starting to sink in that the Fed's just not going to do literally anything. 60, 10,000% gains missed. Ooh. Time for the V? Maybe. Hmm. Time is it 2:42? Ooh. Well, either we pump or lose 40 and then we drop hard. I would say we're probably going to find a little support here. Downside momentum's kind of burning off. On the shorter time frames. Tomorrow might not be looking so bullish. If we lose 40, that's really bad for tomorrow. Because we're going to get capitulation on like the 55 and up calls. Because a lot of those expire tomorrow. When do you think oil starts to top out? I don't know, when they stop cutting it? Shipping costs are going to stay pretty high. I don't think those are going anywhere anytime soon. In fact, they just keep going up, and that's gonna weigh on crude pricing a lot. Mine's 52.53. That's not terrible. NQ futures like poo poo. They do. But there's support here. Well, 18,565. And if we break 18.6 again, we'll probably get some bigger orders. What the fuck is Reddit worth 7 billion? Why not? I don't know what you're talking about. 10 to 20 contracts for stop hunting. If I set a single stop, I mean, it depends on volume and liquidity and stuff, but they're probably not actively hunting your one contract. The same psychology that causes people to buy all of their calls and puts at one specific strike causes them to set their stops all in the same place too. Yes, they are. I wonder what it feels like to think that your stop matters so much. It's the one being hunted. Trade 20 blocks on ES and find out. It's not a good feeling. Ooh. Hmm. How's OI looking? There's still a shitload of calls at 5250. Above 5255, most of the zero DTs have sold off, but there's still a decent number at 6065. And then into tomorrow's expiration, there's still a lot of out of the money calls. Support here is fine for maintaining the bullish trend, especially if we close near open. As long as realized vol crushes. Are the only bears today bulls taking profits? Yeah, for the most part. There's some sellers. There were some sellers on NQ that helped drive this bigger move to the downside. Yes, not as many sellers. They hate me because they ain't me. I will never have enough money to trade 20 blocks on ES. That's not true. It's not even that much money. It's only a lot of money if it moves against you. Just don't do what every new trader does on MES and think they're a Chad and buy like 100 block of MES contracts and then pay more in commissions than you make in profit. Is trading this market today harder than it was when you started? Yeah, I started during like a bull market. It was easy as fuck. This is theoretically a bull market, except it doesn't behave like one. It behaves like an illiquid shitcoin. Now you tell Ponto feels weirdly cheap. Yes. Yes, it does. It's a it's a great deal. A whole day with me. You loading BNED? I bought some at 50 cents. But I want to be careful getting my cost basis too high. What is it now? 13 cents? Are you disappointed none of us have signed up for Pontiff? No. And how do you know no one signed up for Pontiff? Learning to trade through the last 3 years is going to make it difficult or easier when we see normality. It depends on how fast people adjust to it, right? Initially, I think more difficult. I think once you get into the flow of things, easier. It's always hard to kind of mentally move yourself from during like big market dynamic shifts, right? Because we haven't seen a new Pontiff stream yet. Yeah. Turns out the real value in Pontiff was all the time Gherk spent with us along the way before the stream ended on 4/19/2024. If NVIDIA loses 910,909, I think SCX goes under 5240. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if suddenly V's are not guaranteed anymore, I will lose a ton of money. Their guarantee is waning. I would be careful. Moonwind was an OG Pontiff? No. Pontiff stream. Imagine giving Gherkin money. Thanks, Trash. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Glass Kegel? That's awesome. BNet could go to 150. I feel like 2. I think they could do well a quarter 2. Yeah, I do too. This is the new normal. Well, for now, and then it'll change. It's turning into one of my longest relationships. Gherk, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this level of commitment. Trash. It's not committed. That's the beauty of a parasocial relationship. Is there's no commitment. It's just enjoying one another's time. Yes, Glass Kegel? Gross. Enjoying. You're here. I assume you don't do it as a form of self-punishment. Gork is micro-cheating on Trash Dan already? I still don't know what that means. Still wake up every day praying for the ban. Someday, Gaff. Micro cheat? Same like look at women? I don't know. I got accused of micro cheating, and then when I was like, I don't know what the fuck that means. We're not even in a relationship. She was like, and that's a microaggression. I was like, no, it was just an aggression. I think micro cheating's where it's just the tip. Oh. I don't have a relationship with the person in question. I didn't tell her I was macro tired of this shit. It sounds like a red flag accusation. Do you remember micro machines? Yeah. Micro cheating sound like macro cheating, but smaller. But I didn't do anything. I was unjustly accused. Do puts cost same like you, son of a bitch? If you don't know what micro cheat is, how do you know you're innocent? Because I'm not in a relationship with the person who accused me of micro cheating. You can only cheat on someone if you're in a relationship with them, right? At least I don't think I'm in a relationship. I've delivered my submission for Pickle of the Year award in your inbox. Ooh, nice. I like it. It's got colors. Yeah, overall. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Maybe like a little thicker on the back end, you know? Yeah, but you got the right idea. Pretty sure this is why the accusation of micro cheating, you aren't in enough of a relationship to be full cheating. Oh, okay. That would kind of make sense, I guess. Nano relationship? She's too young for you, bro. No. Maybe. Nah. I'll ban you, Thunder. Was she actually a duck? No. No. There's only one duck for me. That's why I keep appealing my COD bans. Can't cheat if you're not in a relationship. Boom. Yep, exactly. Macro love. You could take a duck from the park, so I've been told. I saw a duck get eaten by a pelican on the internet today. I don't like seeing pelicans eat. It's disturbing, especially when they eat other animals. It's fucked up. They just have like that, like super thin, like throat. How the fuck does the thing they eat die? I don't understand it. It is freaky. Stomach acid, suffocation. I feel like it's so easy to just like claw your way out of that situation though. No breathing. Don't you start. Pelican is the throat goat. Boba Fett climbed out no problem. Do pelicans eat things with claws? They eat things with beaks, right? Beaks are sharp. You'd think they just pop that fucking like little membrane and just climb out. And they'd be like, "What the fuck, dude? Why did you try to eat me?" You're not allowed to pick up ducks at the park. Not true. Fish don't have claws, Gurk. I know. Well, some of them are spiny. They have spines. New pickup line. Girl, you got that pelican throat. Ugh. Some fish have sharp teeth, too. Yeah, right? You can pick up ducks at the park, but it's easier at the bar. Stomach muscles are strong and resilient. I'm not talking about their stomach. I'm talking about their fucking pouch throat thing. Do we need to watch some fucking videos on pelicans eating for you to get what I mean? Some kinks are worth shaming. Women can get irrationally jealous. Don't ask me why I know. All right. I know that to be everybody's capable of irrational jealousy. But usually you have to have a reason to be jealous in the first place. Randomly turning into the stream is fucking madness sometimes. We're talking about, I'll catch you up. We're talking about pelican throats and micro cheating. I'm jealous of Brad Pitt. My wife got mad at me once for looking at a woman that she pointed out to me for being attractive. Oh, that's just a trap. When they point, you just go, "Who?" I don't see them. Which one are you talking about? What color clothes is she wearing, right? You just act like you've suddenly gone blind. And then tell her you only have eyes for her. My mom has a pelican throat. I was gonna say your mom, but that's just rude. You know your mom watches the stream, Thunder. The most important components of the stock market, yeah, I mean, Only the best for the pickle jar. Girlfriend loves it. Feigning aneurysm to be safe? No, because the aneurysm could be misconstrued as you found the woman in question so attractive you popped a blood vessel. Like, she's gonna feel bad for you, but she's still gonna be pissed. And you don't want somebody smothering you with a pillow when you're in an induced coma. You know what I mean? And if that's not a danger, you should try dating crazier girls. I was getting very specific. Are you doing all right there, man? Yeah, I'm fine. When would you be faking an aneurysm? When your significant other points out another woman for being attractive or person. A crazier girl will punch you in the face, but they won't leave. That's a step too far. You don't need a jealous girlfriend. She needs to be independent without hang-ups. Jealousy's not really my thing. It's not my thing either. Unfortunately, though, it is a thing, and it's pervasive. So I missed all of the trading day, except I'm here now for Power Hour. Did I miss much? No. Not really. We've traded in a, well, $20 range all day. Most of it was in a $5 range. Says the micro cheater. I'm doing bad. My $40 Robinhood port is down to 33. Should I just throw it in SPXL and delete the app? From the Discord just now, I harmed my port for the last few months buying puts, so now I can harm it more by buying calls at the top. Gotta love it. I love jealous girls. Thanks, Bob Vance of Vance Refrigeration. 4.36 stars on Yelp. I noticed your ratings have gone up. Focusing on the customer. They're important. What if you like it when the jealous girlfriend punches you in the face or throat? I mean, if that's your thing. Men take too much from women. You don't have to. Respect is important, and it does not have to be earned. It should be a given. I only get mad if my partner is looking at people that aren't attractive. It shows a lack of judgment, and I have high standards for my dating life. My girlfriend will send me TikToks all the time, and if I send her one and there's a female in it, I get in trouble. I deleted TikTok because of it, and now she's mad she can't send me any. No winning. Interesting. You could, yeah, don't bother. You're better off, right? There's fucking TikTok. I was gonna say, you could explain the situation. Well, that's not gonna get you anywhere. I bought a VPN with 10,000 revolving IPs from Vietnam, and I've been botting the reviews. Yelp has been removing some, but I'm committed at this point. Oh, okay. Ooh, we're thinking about building some bot farms in Moldova. So, let me know if you're looking for more IPs. You need a new girlfriend. Until the market wait for me to buy calls before it rips end of day. I need about 15 minutes. I'm sure it's just gonna hang out and wait around for you, Cobra. It's okay, the negative gamma is gonna start collapsing now. The wife caught me looking at Pelican videos. She is hurt, dismayed, and frankly confused. Any relationship advice? Just tell her, no, I don't. My wife is bi, so have fun pointing it out to each other. But don't tell her I hang out here every day. I won't. I know your secrets, Wabeef. It's okay. Are you straddling tomorrow's DTE? No. Maybe at NVIDIA. You don't want to do that in Moldova? Too many Russians. You need Albania. But I want the Russians. Haven't all the Russians left Russia and moved to the rest of the Eastern Bloc? Has the market forgotten about the tip's tail yet? Probably. Wait, what? No straddle overnight tonight? I'm gonna straddle tonight, but I'm not gonna buy tomorrow's expiry. Albanians are smarter and more tech. I was gonna bring the brain power with me. Are you suggesting they're Russian around? No. Jesus, NVIDIA 1 DTE straddles are so expensive. Yes, they are. One of these days, NVIDIA's gonna trade flat all day, and I'm just gonna blow up a whole bunch of money. Until that day, party time. They ducks everywhere. I don't do jealousy. My ex gave me a rundown on a bartender's body, and all it did to me was make me think he wasn't all that bright. It's hard to paint a beautiful picture with words. Yeah, they do. Kenny will get NVIDIA halted for a whole day and just take the cash home with a forklift. Sounds like a lame Gen. What does? Jensen or Gen? Oh, that's gonna get confusing. The guy? But you didn't... Have you tried writing in complete sentences? Jesus Christ. Nah. It's okay, Jen. There's that guy with the Porsche who keeps coming to the library, right? What about him? This should be like a whole soap opera. I mean, this is daytime TV, right? It's a staff member and it's a she. Fuck. Why does she have a Porsche and work at a library? Never mind. What about that maintenance guy you kept checking on you? What's going on with that? This is my question. Judging by the number of ads y'all seem to get, the stream may as well be on TV. No, I promise you there's no one here. It's too bad. Somebody stuff this. I need 5 minutes. Wait, what? 5260 end of day? That'd be cool. I don't know. Maybe. They've got volatility back to where it was when we were at 5260. See, 50s go in the money. 0 DTE pumps. Maybe. The problem, the big problem here is ES is still, or NQ is still pretty weak. I feel like ES is fine to retest like 5316, maybe even 5320, but NQ looks like shit. On the technical side of this doesn't look very good either. IWM's moving up again though. And NQ's back above VWAP, which is kind of good for it. Or QQQ is. It wasn't bad during the renovation. Work went everywhere, but it's over now. What about the homeless guys watching porn on the computers? Any of them good looking? What? You never know. What if they're just like a musician? She's in the Midwest. How's she supposed to be able to tell who's homeless and who isn't? Fair. I have no argument for that. Did I eat anything today? Shit. 1 second. You guys. At least homeless people won't cheat on you because then they'll have nowhere to sleep. What about micro cheating? West Coast, you can't. Is that a homeless guy or a very well paid tech bro? No way to tell. This is true. Mexico Central Bank has cut interest rates following the Swiss National Bank. What do? Go long Mexican manufacturing companies? Ooh, telecom. Affairs, all the fun of cheating, but with the exhilaration of losing half your stuff at the end. Just don't get caught. Right? Thanks. I hadn't thought of that. I'm cured. No. Don't get into the first relationship. But then they wouldn't be cheating, and that's their kink. You're already on vacation, Lawrence. I want to go long uranium here. What should I buy? Is it because U.S. troops are exiting, I don't remember the name of the country. Somewhere in Africa. What ticker is good for that? I don't know. It's not like we had any uranium mines there anyway. Don't cheat shame. Can we normalize that? Make it like a thing? Maybe they could be your nano girlfriend and create fake relationships to cheat on. It's not fake, it's just smaller. Micro shame. Ridiculous. Closing prediction? No idea. 5250? Maybe 55? We got 30 minutes left for them to do big pumpies. The problem is they're not going to get realized vol down very much if they don't pump here. And we need like a 20 basis point move to the upside. You can't nano shame a micro shamer. I'm sorry, Dave. Does positioning suggest ups for tomorrow? There's a lot of calls for tomorrow. I think once you've gotten down to pico shaming, you're just complimenting the person, Trash. Yeah, there's still a ramp up to 75 for tomorrow. Supportive call positions down to 225. Not much different than today's. Jesus fucking Christ, everyone here is an insufferable nerd. Yeah, you are. I just bought all the calls, did what I could. Good on you. I'm here, aren't I? I mean, that's what I was inferring. So you don't vibe with the metric prefixes? Haha, loser. I feel like I'm pretty sufferable. Yeah, not too bad. Did you say something about photovoltaic cheating? No, we didn't. Okay, that's enough. Let's talk about the market and it going up. Woo. So even though VIX collapsed, skew kind of stayed the same yesterday. Yeah, it doesn't look like people want to give up their tails. Like I said, there's not an agreement between bulls and short vol right now, or at least not since yesterday. Your unbridled enthusiasm will carry the market sentiment alone. Perfect. That's what I've always wanted. Wait, hold on. I have to make sure WeBull doesn't close my out of the money calls. Boom. It's funny, just in the day after FOMC, the market seems to be cautious of what the Fed has said and its validity. At least that's what it seems like to me. It's gonna get weird in here? Probably. Nope. His name smells like Updog. Can you explain the effects on the economy, stock market, a stronger dollar has? It tends to tighten credit conditions, and it reduces the profitability of multinationals. There's a lot more than that, but that's a chunk of the effect. Not much, trash. Why is NQ being a little bitch? Because Apple. Apple's still in NQ? Yeah? What's wrong with another all-time high SPX close? Circus is gonna do what a circus does. What does a circus do? Travel? Dun, 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 dun. I feel like the stream should have carnival music playing in the background all the time. Ayo, baby, show me what that circus do. I'm not trying to pop a tent here on stream, alright, Trash? Calm down. SPX phone number digits isn't a meme. Quit calling it a meme stack. I award you points for that response. Thanks. Do we have a tally of these points anywhere? Hey! Oh, fuck. We got futures on WeBull now. What's the ticker for futures on Webull? I don't know. ES? What was that? Alright, we'll fuck with this later. ES main? Ooh. Wait, why is it scaled like that? That can't be right. Hmm. It's still delayed. I gotta figure that part out. You have to fund the account? Oh, okay. I'll do that tonight. When pump or was the wick it? I mean, some of the 5250 zero DTEs sold off on the test, but we still have 20 minutes. We might pump again. You need 2K to trade futures, right? I don't know. At least, right? You gotta meet the intraday margin requirements. I don't know what WeBull's margin requirements are. I just signed all the contracts. Don't open my door without knocking. I'm funding my account. WeBull requires 13K in margin? Really? Overnight, maybe. That doesn't sound like intraday margin. Some of you trade as long as you have enough to buy an MES contract. I'll check their margin requirements later. I'll figure it out. If you need to ask if you need 2K for futures, don't trade it. You can trade up a little baby futures account. It's not that hard. As long as you don't blow it up fucking as long as you don't blow it up on commissions. Commissions are what gets me with futures. Too many times I was profitable, except the commissions. That means you weren't profitable. The question is how many retail investors will trade delayed data? I wonder if I could just hook it up to TradingView. I don't have any futures brokers hooked up to that. So if it can, it probably doesn't because it's new. Tell me what I can and can't do, Greg. Gosh. Back to 50 for another rejection. Possibly, yeah. Fucking NQ really underperforming into the end of the day here. I'll get my $4 back. Let's see. Interesting. Actually, buy side's kind of strong there. Maybe. It's okay, Greg. $62.50 close. Let's go, Bulls. I mean, I feel like they'd prefer 65, right? That's gonna be a tough. That's gonna be tough to pull off. Do they have range to test 52.60 tomorrow? Yeah. 52 like 66. Bulls are omnipotent. Hmm. They haven't been able to keep it over 50 all afternoon, so 60 seems like a tall order. Why? We were there yet earlier. What did we open the day at? 52.55? That would be the ideal close for crushing realized vol. Like right around 52.55. ES still looks really, or NQ still looks really shitty though. So it's definitely possible that we don't. Yeah, the MM kind of just wants to be like right where we're at. Between here and 50. puts. I wonder if tomorrow's stuff moved around at all. I'm having a hard time keeping VIX below 13. Tested 49 on that one. Ooh. The supportive... This is interesting. The supportive calls for that were 1 DTE are selling off on these 50 tests. So like 5200 through 5230 calls have mostly sold off. That's interesting. Some of the out of the money calls for tomorrow are selling off too. Bear? Friday for the Bears? No. Maybe. Bear day. If it's going to the moon, it's at 13. Are we bullish tomorrow? I don't know, man. All the calls for tomorrow are selling off right now. It's not really a great look. Bulls have been doing so well. I stopped calling myself a bear. Now I'm a VIX bull. That's called a Vola bear. Vola bull. Hmm. SPX set for 20th record this year. The headlines are in. I'm a nano bull. I like how we watch VIX like we watched Jimmy back in the day with one green candle yeet. That's a good time. I have the day off tomorrow. I want a big, obvious move that I can trade, please. Might get one. Alright. I wonder where we close. 8 minutes. RIP Discord. What happened? Oh shit. Just close it early. The stream sucks. You suck, Gaff. If Nvidia opens below 900, life will be good. This is an interesting turn of events. I like it. I'd like it more if we closed not here. In this really kind of indecisive range between the bullish and bearish positioning. But I'm sure the MM would enjoy this. Come on, 52.40 close. Maybe. Get some more of those in the money calls to sell off, and we might just get it. I have no crosshairs on this chart. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Ooh. Why was that off? That's weird. I don't know who that is, Pop 'em off. I just had Nepalese dumplings for the first time in my life. Has been a lie. Huh. Are you straddling evenly for overnight? Yeah. Two calls to one put straddle risky. It's riskier, yeah. It's just I mean, I would say it's probably fine, except the out of the money calls for tomorrow are selling off, which is very odd. Normally around this time of the day, they would be increasing. The chart right now reminds me of whack-a-mole. Every time it goes up, the candle gets beat back down. That's because every time it goes up, the in the money calls are selling off. When would you consider one DTE versus a more in the money zero DTE for an intraday trade? Hmm. It's a good question. I don't know. One DTE, and so I would probably take the one DTE on like a continuation, like a trending day. One DTEs are really good on a trending day, and then in the money zero DTEs if it's just chopping. Do you still have your put side of the straddle from yesterday? Yeah. 225.
No problem. I played every possible move wrong today. Pretty cool. What were you gunning for? The bounce into end of day? Yeah, didn't get it. Calls just started selling off. What's your favorite dish using dill? Oh, tzatziki. I don't really like dill that much otherwise. I did fine on the morning straddle, I guess. That's what it's there for. Padding losses since 2022. I made $70. Nice, Carl. Oh shit. There's 40. Ding ding. That was an interesting closing candle. Making me feel some kind of way. Okay, so maybe NQ just fills all its gaps tomorrow. That'd be cool. Back to trend? What would that be? 20, 52.30? Definitely interesting. Yeah, so we got like the high test of 60, pretty much stayed within, what the market maker had priced in for today. Didn't get the low test at 25, but there wasn't really a breakdown of the call positioning to the end of the day. Call positioning for tomorrow continued to sell off and to close. It looks pretty weak, barring the 5250 calls. It's substantially weaker than it was 3 hours ago. Not really common for us to see a big sell-off in one DTE call positioning into the end of the day. I guess some of that might be being prompted by the weakness in NQ. It's did not perform well today. But we'll see how everything looks tonight when we get the options data, and I'll write that up. The dollar moved back up pretty strongly. Yields did not recover as fully as the dollar, but they have remained high pretty much throughout the whole period. Right, we're right back where yields were going into the Fed meeting. Basically, nothing's changed. We're just kind of like dollars back to spot, and yields pretty much the same too. I said this is important last night, that there's less sensitivity to the dollar in the top end of the yield curve, and it is, but give me a little bit longer to tell you exactly why. It kind of has to do with inflation expectations in the bond market, and how they're pricing risk in U.S. Treasuries, which does seem to have changed, but I need more data to be like kind of confident, right? Because that would be a big deal. Core rocketed back down today. Tons of vol shorting, core 1 and 3 months. So dispersion getting ramped up again. This is why I don't want to be super bearish on tomorrow, despite the calls taking profits today, because they could just come back
full force in a fairly low volatility environment with very cheap calls, right? Top end of the yield curve tightening up a bit, and we're getting a little bit of a lift on the yield on vol. Carry trade got leveraged up a decent amount today, kind of back to where we were again. Move, that hasn't done anything. Skew yesterday didn't really move much, but it probably moved more this morning. We'll probably see some of the tail risk hedging drop off. That's definitely not up to date. And we've got, yeah, see this, we're not seeing short vol come in like we're getting another big upcycle, right? Like short vol seems to be at least behaving a little more cautiously going into this Friday. And we're not seeing, you know, short puts pile in at like 4,200, 4,250, right? Yeah, that's interesting. If they're not risking on, this breakout might not last, frankly. So yeah, we'll keep looking for signs of that in the options data. If we continue to see Vega exposure drop and VN move up, that may be kind of an indication that we're not getting a lot of those sold tails. And if we're not, you know, and participants are net sellers, then you know, this might revert back. Crush vol, sell it close, save the overnight decay, and pump tomorrow? Possibly, yeah. Put time? Careful with that. I wouldn't say just yet. There's still longer dated positions that are supportive, but weak upside. I mean, I expected the 52-50 range to be pretty weak because bulls weren't prepared to move up that high. I didn't expect it to be this weak, and I definitely didn't expect it to go undefended, right? Like they should have all the reason in the world to pump. And if they're hesitant to do that, that could be very bad, right? This market's built on a foundation of only up, and if it doesn't get only up, it's not gonna like that, because the downside still exposes massive amounts of risk, right? Nvidia feels like it's set up similar to 3.8 when it moved $100 notional intraday. So the only way this is going to mimic that is if the 900 calls that are sold squeeze off, right? And I agree, the trend over the last 3 days isn't bad. You can probably pull it out to here. It's kind of just hanging on to it. But if this doesn't like squeeze out the sold calls, we can fall right back under them. You know, if you go back to 3.8 when we had the crazy day, you know, this was all those sold calls piling in, and that was, you know, following the dividend. So this is when vol like really got crushed hard. But vol's kind of back now. There's definitely an opportunity for that to happen again. But I wouldn't say that setup's like a guarantee. There's definitely support at the 850 level down here, which should probably be paid attention to. There's a little bit of support around 880. I don't know if you can't really see it here, but it's kind of like right there. So both of those levels are a little bit supportive, but yeah, a lot of 900 calls. And if the 900 calls squeeze off, then right, we're gonna probably test 1,000 again or something. I'm so deep in the money. If it goes below 890 and deep in profits, 875. Nice. All right, thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Everybody have a great night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.